I have no idea what's going on. So I was having a meeting about collaborating on the Minecraft clone, so it's a bit distracted, and I forgot how to start my stream. I hope I'm unmuted. I can't hear myself, so that's always fun. Yeah, my audio mix is broken. Sorry everyone, technical difficulties. This always happens at the beginning of streams. Just ignore me. I also feel my chat's broken, so I'm just going to refresh the page just in case people are talking. Okay. Well, apparently everyone left, so that's how reliable YouTube's analytics are. What were we doing? Well, since yesterday's stream, this is Pong. This isn't the right game. I've added a grass, and it is now rendered with the correct texture. So that's always fun. It also colors it in using Bevy's color vertexes. But this did, well, okay, maybe if I didn't write all these strings, that would also speed up the compute time. But it came at the sacrifice of, like, it takes like 100 times longer to generate chunks than it did in the previous update. So I really need to be able to hear myself. It's really disconcerting. Sorry, all the technical difficulties. What are we doing? So I want to go to gen chunk and say, please stop writing. There we go. No, I hear myself. Writing out the chunk's name. Okay, let's clean that up, speed up the code a little bit. And the fact that it's not writing the console will hopefully improve my performance. Can't improve it that much because, again, it's like 100 times slower. So a single write that was in both versions isn't going to speed it up that much. It went from, well, first off, from generating 500 chunks to generating less than 500 chunks. Nope. Now it's just printing infinity over and over and over. Man, I'm good at this code. If num greater than 0. Okay, only debug if there's something to debug, please. At least it compiles quickly. Alright, I gotta remind myself where I left off last time. Okay. Oh, now YouTube's deciding my concurrent viewers have returned. This is weird that it was like there was like 4 people waiting, and as soon as I started the stream, they just all started disappearing. Okay. So, why do they have seams in them? Just in case you're still watching, this is another reason we need to join vertexes so that there's less overlap. You end up with shit like this, where the floating point errors, even at a very small distance, result in seams appearing. So you need to fuse the corners together into a single vertex. Otherwise, there's just so many floating point errors. The only reason they disappear is because it renders something dark behind it, so it's not sky. No, I think waiting, well, maybe it is people, but like waiting's weird because like if I go and open the stream, it'll say that I'm waiting. Like it's literally people sitting on the stream page. I don't know how deep the depth buffer is. I haven't looked into shader stuff, but you can see the frame lag every time it generates a chunk though. That's what I was saying. Like that's how much slower the grass stuff is. I could fly around before and you could feel the jitter, but the point was I was able to fly faster because it wasn't freezing. Also, what happened to the sun? Who turned the sun out? Did I like turn this thing's brightness down? Why is it so dark? No, like an extra. No, is the sun unrendered? Where is the? Okay, are you not facing the right direction? No. Have I said that it's unlit? Why has the sun disappeared? Material. Not you. You. Standard material. Boy, that took a long time to compute. If I do that, no. Can I set myself back to 0, 0 and see if the sun's there? Have I flown out of the sun's frustum? What have I done? Like, I didn't even notice it suddenly get dark, which is what makes me think I've flown out of the frustum, is that, like, it just got dark. Or, here's a possibility, maybe the sun's under the ground. Because I don't think I put the sun particularly high up. No. Where is the sun? Hello? It's obviously not around, because otherwise if I set this like reflexivity to like 1, it... Wait, no. So that seems to have worked. Maybe it's the metallicity? No. This is what it's supposed to look like. This is unlit. Yeah, probably just a typo. My spelling is atrocious. Yes, thank you. I'm just going to copy paste you. There we go. I fixed it. Why are you not working? Where is the directional light? What if I put you at like 128? I can't find the directional light, that's the problem. Maybe this is the wrong axis for it. Again, like how would it have done that? I don't know, but no. So something's breaking the they don't have normals now. Is that what I've done? Maybe you do need normals, and maybe that's what's happening here. Without normals, the lights don't work. But normals can definitely be calculated on the GPU. I've done it before. I'll make the gizmos for the direction light. I don't think the editor's working properly. Like, I literally can't rotate the editor camera more than like a few pixels at a time. So the gizmos don't really work. Yeah, everything's misspelled. Hopefully someone will fix my spelling. That's why I rely so heavily on IntelliSense. Like, you'll see me when I'm like typing and I just stop because the IntelliSense is gone. It's like, I cannot spell words. Which means without the IntelliSense being like, hey, here's some suggestions that are close to what you were typing, I can't do it. So if I go back to the block generation, down here, mesh dot insert attribute mesh normals. I think it's only needs the normals because the PBR shader just doesn't run the lights without the normals. So what you need to do is be like 0.0, 1.0, 0.0 by 4 by not by 4 by we need to make it up here. We need to go positions.len. Okay, and then we need to say like vec. Okay. Yeah, so there's no reason you couldn't compute the normals on the GPU simply because they will always be the same value. Like, there's no special values being given to them. They're literally just tangent to the face. Okay. Come on, load. Okay. Please be light. Yay! Okay, so yeah. Question. Why are you in shadow? I mean, it's a pretty obvious answer. It's all in shadow because I've got an actual sun as opposed to Minecraft, which just has a like imagined sun. Like, where is the transform? Let's put you at like 10,000 blocks and hope that that's not outside your frustum. I take it the sun's in this direction, and this is an overly tall mountain. Also, I'm confused on why the chunks seem to be rendering faster. It's probably because they're less height chunks, which means that there's a lot of just like empty chunks generating over here. Like these chunks are all spawning, they're just empty, which means that it's fast to compute. What was I doing? So let's go add a system that names chunks. So I've got this thing called components that I added off camera that is just like chunk ID, and it just lets you specify things. And then we're gonna go, yeah, we haven't put a test in yet. We're gonna go like fn name chunks, and this is going to be like commands. We need a query for chunks, and this is anything. We need entity and a chunk ID and changed chunk ID. Then you say, okay, see, chunks. For chunk, no, for chunk ID in chunks commands dot entity chunk dot insert name new format and then ID. Okay, ID only has debug. Okay, name chunks. So if we make this like public, we go back up to main, we can be like update components name chunks. That'll make it easier to view chunks. Okay, we're gonna go to chunk and we want to add some more logic. So I moved all the position code out, so now that they're actually chunk IDs rather than positions. It's all just copy pasted code from yesterday's stream, so there's no point going over that. Just tidying things up, you know. Yep, you don't do this anymore. No, I don't like the yellow line. A chunk. So we probably want to also start despawning chunks beyond a certain distance behind us. But maybe not. You could just leave them indefinitely. Or at least until I come up with some kind of saving loading system that lets chunks be saved to disk. Okay, so what am I doing? Chunk names, so we've added chunk names, and right, chunks need to get their chunk ID. So when we spawn chunks, wherever that is, world, gen start chunks, you need your chunk and your chunk ID. So we need to be like let ID equal chunk ID new X, Y, Z. I also changed everything to being I32s just because that's Bevy's internal standard, which means that you don't have to constantly be casting things back and forth. So that's our chunk, and then we're going to go here and we're going to go chunk ID. Include ID. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let's go here and go cargo. Thank you. Make everything look nice. What do I want to do? Probably do things like spawning grass on the top. I don't know what these 150 chunks it generates really quickly are. I also don't think I've got the quite the right green. It's really jarring there. Okay, what am I doing? So we probably want to go to a chunk generation and be like, chunk. So this is current height. This is okay. Let's change it to current. Oh, I probably should F12 that. Oh, F2. Current Y. Okay. So if Y plus current Y. Okay. So current Y. If current Y, I guess it's here, equals. Well, I guess again you would just start it. No, you need to start at 1. If current Y equals plus Y equals 0, we need to just do this. But instead of setting a random, we're gonna go bedrock. We should probably also remove bedrock as something that can be randomly sampled, but where's our random sampler? Just bedrock should be unreachable. Well, I guess let's just do this. All right. So now there's a 1 in 8 chance it'll just spawn air, but that doesn't really matter. Well, we can add another block later. That should mean that there should be a layer of bedrock. No. Weird. Well, here's a layer of bedrock. Oh, I didn't continue. Which means that only when there's nothing else to generate will it actually stay bedrock. All right. Yeah, grass isn't simple because grass has different textures based on what side it's on, which other blocks will have in the future. But also grass is different shades of green based on what biome it's in, which means that the texture packs actually provide a grayscale grass, not a grass. So they've got a side block overlay, which is for letting you color the side so that they can have the dirt properly. Which, you know, I'm not even using. I'm just using the version with the dirt. And then a grayscale top that you need to color with the correct green in the shader. And so I've just sort of bypassed that by telling the shader to color it green, like color the vertexes green. Which isn't the best approach because it just bloats the memory required in order to send meshes forward and back. Because they just need to hold basically 0 or a bunch of 1s for every other block that's not grass, just so that one quad on grass can be green. Only the outer blocks, yeah. If you mean by outer blocks, like internally, the chunks still generate, like chunk boundaries still have it. But I don't think I'm going to add that for a while, just because it's a lot of extra compute to have to store all chunks, because it also means you have to generate all chunks, then query. Like you can't ask just a chunk to generate. So these blocks you see in here, which really need to stop it from being able to generate air. I'm just going to quickly do that because that really undermines what I'm trying to show here. So we're just going to say that dirt is twice as likely than anything else because it's going to also be at 0. And when I generate this, because every air block means that you'll actually see the blocks adjacent to the air block, which is why it looks so blocky. So come on. Okay, so it's still rendering the edge. So this is actually because this is the next chunk over, hence you see different because it's 2 chunks, not the inside of a block. Like they're actually invisible from the inside. Like if I fly up to one that's touching the edge, they're invisible from the inside. It's only because you can actually see the next chunk over, and that's because I'd need to separate the code into like a way that it would be able to query what its neighbor has, which is just a waste of time. Yeah, so I would need access to the complete map, which at the moment I'm only giving access to a individual chunk. I am curious how much faster it would get if I said, pretty sure I've been told that Bevy has fearless concurrency in the sense that I can be like, hello, I would need to do something like, can I request your chunk ID, like so, and then I can go like ID. This is going to partially slow things down, but hopefully make up for it in increased things. So we need to be all like, what are we currently taking? 004. So I'm just going to copy that. That's our current start generation time. I know what you mean by like it hides the insides. It's just again, you need to be able to sample adjacent chunks. The entire inside of the chunk is invisible. Like no faces are rendered if you can't see any of the blocks. It's just that each chunk, as you can see, chunk generate mesh. I don't give the chunk a list of other chunks in the world so that it can query its neighbors. So they have to, by necessity, have those edges because I haven't added the code to be able to query yet. We need to let mu map equals a hash map new, and then you say let ID equal it's a map dot insert ID, clone the ID, and chunk dot generate mesh with the atlas, because the atlas is a millimeter reference. It should work. So then we're going to come out here. Oh yeah, okay. You don't need this. You don't need this either. Okay, then we're going to go for ID. We don't need the chunk data. Mute handle. I have no idea if this is actually going to be faster, but hopefully the parallelization will make up for the inefficiency in other stuff. So then you go like this, and instead you go let some mesh equal damn it, map dot remove. Yeah, there we go. Now we don't have to worry about mutability. ID. Wait, do you just need a reference? I think you just need a reference. Else error missing mesh question mark. Okay. Well, there is a sub app API done. There is a sub app. Done a video on the sub apps. I don't think that'd work. Like, just continue. Like it's not hard. Like, all I would need to do is make sure that the world is generated before I generate the chunks, which would result in older chunks. Like, you know, when I generate the big spawning square, they'd be empty, but as you move through the world, the new chunks as they generate would not get this optimization unless I did something like it generates a chunk further away from the player and then only generates the mesh for the chunk when, you know, the players move close enough that the chunk beyond it would have spawned. Otherwise, you'll end up spawning chunks after chunks have already spawned, sort of thing, if that makes sense. Anyway, so we do this, and then we say add handle, and instead of going chunk.generate, yeah, we say mesh. Anyway, now for the magic. Pirate. I feel like you're going to complain because pirate is not implemented for... Wait, why are you bitching? Okay. It must be pirate or mute. There was something in the new Bevy update that basically said you can't par iter... You called it mash? Did I? No, so I did. That's the beauty of IntelliSense. It doesn't matter that I called it mash. It knew what I was talking about. Now, what is this complaining about? It's saying that component ID, chunk ID, is not an iterator. Okay. Oh, right, because parrot iter, and then we need to go for each. Yes. So I would need to wrap this in a mutex std. Sync. Hello. For each. I forgot the parrot iters do fancy stuff. Mostly, they need to run a function, which means that they don't work like normal iterators. No, I need that back. It's hello. Okay, chunk parrot iter map. Okay, so we need to be like map dot lock dot unwrap. It should be okay to use a mutex here simply because yeah, I know, errors like Rust is amazing. Yeah, thank you for making a pull request for the typos. Hopefully I don't end up making conflicting code and then have to work out which one's the typo and which one's not. So I called a remove on you. Oh, because I need to be like, okay, you're just a for loop, which means I can go up here and be like, let map equal map dot take. No, lock dot unwrap. Okay, that'll do. Mutex guide. We need to make you mutable. Okay, so I'm wrapping it in a mutex here so that in my parallel iterators they can quickly grab access to it and chuck their mesh in. So all wait, we need to probably do this then. Let mesh equal, because otherwise it'll lock it before, like, and then generate the mesh, which means that all I'm doing is adding a bottleneck. So instead we then so we spend all our time generating the mesh and then quickly lock, chuck it in and lock. The trait bound. Yeah, so for each. The trait bound, oh, right. All right, we'll We need that for debugging. God damn it! Am I gonna have to ignore my terrible debugging to tell me how much faster this actually is? Mutex. No. We're also going to have to wrap the num. Wait, can I do atomic? Probably not. Maybe though. Anyway, dot lock dot unwrap. Okay. What do you mean cannot be applied to mutex guard? Do I have to dereference it? If you can't tell, I haven't used mutexes in a very long time. Dot lock dot unwrap. Okay, we're just gonna again get the fucking let num equal dereferences please, because I just can't be bothered unwrapping it multiple times. Alright, so these don't need to be mutable because they're actually just mutexes, which removes the mutable requirement, which I've always found a bit weird about Rust, is that like it's like you need to declare it as mute to be mutable, and it's like, but as long as it's a mutex, it doesn't care. So map. I've called it mat. Okay, that would probably explain why I keep having issues. So map.lock.unwrap insert. Okay, chunk ID, chunk ID. So just again, so people following along that don't quite understand concurrency, I've wrapped the number in a mutex. This is unnecessary, purely for debugging purposes. I've wrapped the hash map in a mutex, which means that inside this loop, I can generate the mesh, which will be the computationally expensive part, and then quickly lock, insert the mesh, and then drop the lock, which means that it shouldn't bind unless, like the mutex shouldn't really add very much to compute time unless every single mesh finishes at the same time, all go to lock and wait, you know, they have to go in order. But again, the locking and inserting should take like tens of cycles, not the hundreds of thousands of cycles that generating the mesh takes. Then we unmutex the map just because I don't want to have to deal with unmutexing it. Like it's computationally expensive to lock, so we don't want to lock it in a loop. So again, this one is like it's computationally expensive, but we're doing way more computation here than the lock would cost. So we basically unlock it and then iterate through taking each mesh out. And then otherwise we say that mesh is missing, basically just because we literally are iterating through the same list twice. Then we do the exact same thing of setting the mesh into the meshes, and applying the handle, and then we debug it. So this is the time to beat, this one, 0.04. So it takes 2 zeros and a 4 seconds to generate each chunk. And we just parallelized it. So it should actually print the same number, but it should take less than 2 seconds. That's what I'm going for, is less than 2 seconds to generate 500 chunks, but it should take the same amount of time to generate each chunk. Hey, that feels much faster. That feels incorrect, but it feels faster. I don't know what's broken, but it generates chunks fast. What did it say? Well, apparently that it's only generated 128 chunks. Which I don't understand, because it definitely generated additional chunks. Unless that does it async? No, that wouldn't do it asyncly. What? I'm very confused. I bet you the hash function, maybe? I'm gonna go, before we do this, can we just like dbg map dot len? What's happening to all my meshes? That's what's happening at the moment. I'm losing like 500 meshes. I don't know where they're going. Like it's generating the 128 or something, which again, I don't know where that's coming from either. I think that's the spawning chunks. Okay, the map's len is 0. The map's len was 125. Wow. What's even more bizarre? The average to because the 0 chunks didn't slow down the slow one. It took 0.2 of a second to generate them all, and they took half the time because they're running in parallel. That's pretty impressive. Because they don't have chunk IDs. I guarantee that's what's happened. I probably also spawned 2 lots of spawn chunks. That's actually something really interesting to consider. When I'm spawning the world, I should make generate chunk always run after. Anyway, we need to let you need to be pos. All right, that's the problem. They didn't have chunk IDs. I also need to do some Bevy magic and be like, please only ever run. Where is it? Gen view chunks, hide view chunks, name chunks. So gen start chunks, yeah, and then gen view chunks. Where's my there? Okay, you are going away, and I'm gonna say that we gen, and then we need to gen dot after world gen view chunks. Alright, so what I'm doing here is, I think what's happening when I'm going, I don't understand why I'm getting this 125 and then getting 500 chunks, is that I spawn the start chunks when the game starts. I go, hey, generate enough chunks around the player. Then when the game spawns in, the player will spawn chunks around them within their view distance. And the issue is that because there's an arbitrary ordering, it's not inserting them into the list of I've already generated these. Like these chunks exist. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's not there. Anyway, the problem is that it's not saying that these chunks have already been loaded when it spawns the spawning chunks, but it does once it spawns them. So it must be the map. Yeah, it's okay. So it's you are responsible. It's actually the map generation that's responsible for keeping track of exactly. I guess we can just map.insert. We really don't have to care about ID. Okay, so now the spawning chunks, which I'm going to go from like -4 to 5. -4 to 5. -4 to 5. All right. So now the spawn chunks will be part of the map which says don't spawn these again, which is just I guess lazy way of being like, I don't want it to constantly generate new chunks every frame, and I also don't want to build an actual map structure. So it's just literally storing, hey, I've spawned this chunk already. Oh, yeah, no, we don't want that. It's going, what the fuck's going on? Why? 0 to 5. The XY height is fixed. To generate -5 chunks. That's why they went into the ground. Okay. Yeah. There we go. We should probably stop printing map.len wherever that's being printed. It also doesn't matter, like the ordering here, which is what I was originally talking about, is basically just saying generate the chunks before you generate the chunks that they can see before you generate the meshes. Anyway, let's restart this now that it's stopped spitting out garbage. Not a bug, just, yeah, implementing dungeons and rooms early. Yeah, nothing's a bug in a game like this. You know, think about Minecraft. Nothing's a bug. It's just a unintentional feature. Like, what is it? Creepers were just like misprogrammed pigs so that they like were standing upright instead of being like long and short. They were tall and skinny. That mapping looks really weird over here. Look at it. It's like a weird striation effect. Anyway, would you look at that? Okay. So our generating apparently, okay. Let's make it generate the 500 chunks so it's a fair comparison, but I can already tell that it's just so much faster. Okay, so -5 to 5, which means we're basically generating a 10 by 10 chunk radius around the player, which will generate a 10 by 10 by 5. So 500 chunks will be generated. It took 2 seconds non-parallel, and it will now take a really long time, apparently. 0.44 seconds. So, also, weirdly enough, the average chunk... Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense because it's running in parallel. So, what is that? That's like almost 40 times faster because it was a 4 here now, and now it's, let's just say, a 1. Sorry, 4 times faster, not 40 times. So 4 times faster, which means that the chunks actually generate quickly enough that they're still not compute chunks, but they are fast enough that outside of these really big areas, because again, it's not generating a fixed number of chunks each frame. It's generating a fixed number of like radius things, which means that it actually does get quite computationally expensive if you keep flying. But it's actually like significantly better, so you can just fly in one direction. But when it's generating lots of chunks, it can basically take about 2 frames, so you're dropping down to about 30 FPS for a frame to generate things. So I'm going to show everyone a really cool magic trick that I've learned for doing parallel mesh generation in a cheeky manner. So first things first is probably this block map. I think it's you actually. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're basically going to actually truly parallelize this. So man, probably should have had lunch before I started. I'm getting hungry. What are we going to do? So no, I'm not using GPU mesh instancing. Yeah, nah, that would be too advanced for me. Where is it? Gen mesh. I iterate through every block in a chunk, and then based on if it's air, I do nothing. Otherwise, I look through every direction, up, down, left, right. And if there's no block there, like if there is air to your left, right, I spawn the corresponding side of the block. So it's just a terribly inefficient loop, and that's why you end up with like each chunk needs to know what itself is, but it can't interface with more than like the neighboring chunk is out of bounds because it only knows itself. Bevy has GPU mesh instancing. Bevy grass. There's this plugin adds I don't know how this person does it. I think, but this is a plugin for rendering grass with GPU mesh instancing. At least I think that's what they were doing. I'm sure I read this thing and it was just doing that. This is probably another plugin that, annoyingly, not updated to the latest version, like Belly, that I want to do a video on because this is just one of those, like, it's incredible that some community member just went like, hey, I know what I'm doing and I'm going to share it with everyone. So it's all instant shaders. It's always you. See, this man is just a prolific producer. Like he's contributed to like every crate that I look at. I think he's the guy that makes Foxtrot. Now we're just gonna go stalk him on. Yeah, he makes Foxtrot. So it obviously contributes to things because I think Foxtrot must use this, but it's still pretty incredible that these amazing plugins that the community gets because people are like, hey, I know how to do it, so I'm going to share. What were we doing? We're asyncing. Yes. Okay. So true async, we need to go to component here, and we need to go. Don't think I can go wholly unique, can I? I guess we'll just do a hash. So that means we need to go, okay, we need to import into, I guess, from, because I think in Rust from is the one that gets bidirectional. Yeah, says, I just, yeah, I think it's the open source thing. Like, I'm sure as the community grows, you'll stop having as many nice people, more just because more toxic people will be part of the community. But there'll be people like demanding you update. Like, we're talking about, I was talking to the person I'm going to collaborate with this project. The Bevy Flycam is like, what a great name for it. Except that the guy that has taken the name is not updating it. Like, I literally, for this project, ported the Flycam. I just copy pasted the code and changed like 2 lines of code and it's updated. And this guy's not doing it. And it's like, everyone goes to his repository and goes, oh, it's out of date. It's like, they don't realize how easy it would be to port because he's not porting it. Admittedly, I should just go port it myself and put a pull request. But I'm pretty sure it's on 0.9. It's, again, back to stalking people on GitHub. No, we want to search on. That's not how you spell fly. This one, I don't know. Last year, this isn't the right one. That's Bevy flying cam. So it's been like 4 months since he updated it, and I'm pretty sure if we go to pull request, so that means it was updated before 0.10. See, there's already a pull request to 0.11. Like, and it's just not going to happen. Because I'm pretty sure if I look down here, it seems to be removed. There was a pull request for 0.10 and it was there for like months. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I agree, it's more of a maintaining your GitHub kind of thing, but he should pass it off to someone that actually wants to manage it, I guess. It's used by 166 people with 5 contributors, and it's like, and I'm not dissing the person for not having time. I'm just saying, like, this update, merge it, and everyone has the updated version, as opposed to, you know, it was there was a 0.10 update for like 4 months. Someone's like branch that they had made, a fork. That's what they're called, forks. Someone had made a fork, and it's like it just never got implemented, which is just that annoying, like, yeah. Well, as I say, it would be nice if he opened it up so that other people could use the name, I guess. But yeah, no, it's like no shit to him. It's just like I'm saying, like, at the moment, because everyone in Bevy's fresh, it feels like everyone's really nice contributing all this stuff. But like, I'm sure in the future there'll be people that are like, will feel entitled to these plugins and be like, oh, why the fuck are you updating it? Like, I made a Belly video basically being like, hey, I don't understand Belly. Can someone else please update this? But, you know, I might just go in there later. It's more I don't want to fork it and download it and have it all, like, converted all. Mostly because I don't understand how it works. But I could port it to 0.11, and then maybe I'll just put my branch up there for people to use until the main one comes. But if I do it, it's literally going to be there's no compiler errors, which is what's happening with the editor at the moment, is there's no compiler errors, but something's changed which has broken the camera movement. So he hasn't pushed it to crates because it works enough for people that know what they're doing, but not enough to say, hey, this is an official crate. No, it's not STD. Bevy assets handle ID. Yeah. So I'm supposed to be teaching you all the magic of damn it, I had to include UUID. The magic of being able to do async really easily. What am I doing? I'm looking something up on my other monitor. Oh yeah, I need to go. I always have it open. It's funny. That's how often I have to generate UUIDs. It's constantly in the tab somewhere on my other monitor. Is the UUID generator? Oh no, I've lost my Livestream tab. There we go. Yeah, I agree, but I'm just saying, like, if someone like my crate that I make, my Bevy animation crate, that's at in 0.7 when I released it until Bevy 0.9 when I kind of just had the motivation to update it. But if someone had pushed it like, hey, I've made an update, I would do the reviewing and do it. But like I definitely understand people can't keep up, but it's that sitting for 3 months without an update, it just became I don't know. Yeah, nothing on them. It's just it would be nice if things stayed updated. Maybe I'm being that entitled asshole that's like, come on, update it already. But this is also kind of what I do for a job at the moment, even though I'm not really getting paid. What am I doing? We need to go Bevy assets handle ID UUID. And then val. Okay, we need to go let me hasher equals hash. It does. It makes sense. I'm saying like I was saying, the big thing with it is that like when you go to the GitHub, there are like I've lost it. I don't know where it went. There's like it tells you how many people are like using the crate, like that have forked it themselves. I don't think you can push crates. Like only the person that's crates.io specifically says crates.io says names are exclusive. You first in, first dressed, best dressed. So you can't, like, unless he gave you write permission, you cannot change his crate. Like if he gave you write permission, you could, but you can't push with the same name. You'd have to give it a different name, which then you end up with Bevy Flycam for 0, and it just clutters the ecosystem. It's one of those, unless the Bevy Corporation or like the Bevy community like had this person maintains crates, similar, like some of the Bevy developers are like full-time Bevy developers. Unless they were maintaining it, it's not going to happen, and I don't expect them to slow down the development of Bevy in order to maintain crates that the community provides, especially really simple ones like Flycam. I'm really saying, like, if I stopped procrastinating, I would probably, make my own Flycam, update Belly, and have all these things that, like, these are projects that I will actively update so that my community can keep using them. But I don't have the expertise or the mental like discipline to be like, I'm updating all the crates that I'm in charge of. If I was dedicatedly in charge of them, I would, but Yeah, rename it to Bevy Fly Cam Rescue. You could do what the other person did and call it Bevy Flying Cam, or Bevy FPS Cam. Like, there's lots of other names. It's one of those. Eventually, I guess true people will catch it. It's just disappointing that some of the names have been taken by people that haven't stuck around. And maybe one day the person will come back and be like, oh, well, I'm just going to give it off to someone because, you know, they deserve to have the name. What was I doing? It was collections. Yeah, hash map. Default hasher. Default. As get your hours like. Yeah. What am I doing? Handle. A hasher. No. We need to say val.hash. Not dynamic hash. Hash. Hello? Hash. Hasher. We need to give immutable to hasher. I'm getting so sidetracked. Okay, we need to use std hash. Okay, hash state, and then we say hasher dot finish, which means that we need to use std hash hasher. Okay, so what I'm doing is I take in the chunk value and then I hash that value to generate a U64 that I then use as the handle ID. So if you convert a chunk ID into a handle ID, you'll get the same value for the same chunk every time, and then I'm just giving it an arbitrary UUID. What was it doing? So apparently we don't need slice chunks. Okay, so with this, what I can now do is if I come back here and say, I'm just going to do it here because I'm lazy to try and make its own crate and everything. Resources. Chunk mesh tasks. I recommend C-spell plugin. I'm getting sidetracked again. C-spell. What's it do? Does it just like automatically update? If you check for updates every 12 hours by default, this. Weird. What's it doing? So I want to go task. Okay, heavy tasks. Task. And we need a task that returns a chunk ID and a mesh. Okay. Yeah. 1 star. There was 1 star. Oh. Yeah. Alright. What do we do? So we have our tasks, and then we're going to say gen chunk tasks. And this is going to go, instead of having access to you, alright, which means, annoyingly, we need to do dumb things like undo. So we're going to go import pub struct this, which is going to just hold internal std sync read write lock. No, we need a std sync. This is why I don't like doing async stuff. You have to wrap everything in so much crap. Just to be able to okay, so then we want to go like you now have clone. And so cloning you will clone this, which will give me a reference code. Okay, so when I get this, I want to say self.0.read dot unwrap. Everything's going to get unwrapped from now because I'm just tired of having to self.unwrap and self.unwrap. Okay, so this is going to become internal, and then it's going to become very fluid to it though. I guess a lot of work to make stable. Yeah, I just like I think like I understand that like Rust is all about having your types and everything. It's just like you end up with like a lot of like I need the arc, and then I need to wrap the read write lock inside a. I don't know. So my brain's not working. I haven't had lunch and I've been drinking caffeine. Do you mean fluid? My brain is struggling to comprehend what is meant by you are fluid in Rust. Outside of, like, I mean, my brain's scattered, which means I'm just bouncing all over the place. If that's what you mean by fluid, I'm just all over the place. Texture handles. And then we want to go sync. No, that's strings. Sync. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like, are they fluent? It's normal. It's called coding brain. No, it's called being ADHD, which admittedly might have a like contributing factor to coding brain in that ADHD. I think coding attracts ADHD people. Not ADHD people are good at coding, but the fact that you can ping all over the place and that's actually productive attracts ADHD people. Fluid? What is fluid? How is... I'm so confused. My brain is just getting further and further into that rabbit hole. Rewind lock. Of like it's I'm confused, and the more you try to explain, the more confused I seem to be getting. Like do you mean I keep swapping back and forth between how I declare things? Okay, so we have okay. Oh, we need to wait. Okay. We need to go up here and go. Hey, you. You're not a resource anymore. You're just the internals. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with that, but that's less to do with that they're not like possible to have both. But I just think that if you've got good social skills, you're not likely to be a person that likes to sit on computers all day. And also that the rigid structure of code means that people that have bad social skills will code well, but it doesn't necessarily go the other way. People with good social skills can code really well. It's just you're probably going to get paid more to be a marketing manager than a programmer. Like it's one of those things. Like if people that have bad social skills learn to code well, or the things that drive them to have bad social skills, like needing rigid structure, make them good coders, but it's not necessarily the other way. Being well versed in social doesn't necessarily make you a bad programmer. Resource, that's what I want. Also, you having debug is just kind of unnecessary because this doesn't implement debug. Okay, so resource, and you're going to say that get can't be done because it returns a result. Okay, you suck. Why don't you just return a vector? Yeah, memory allocation and whatnot, but i.clone, and this is just going to return a vec. Yeah, that's what I wanted, vec. Okay. No, not a. Thank you. So why are you still having a jump from? Because you're saying that a. Oh, okay. Because I need to say like dot block map. Okay. Yeah, so I need to say like dot len. Okay. No, and let me say self dot zero dot right dot unwrap dot len equals len. Hey, okay. And then we go, where was that compiling error? Then we go like set len okay, and then you're going to say self dot replace. Okay, right. So we're going to have to do the same thing of being like set map, and this is going to be a whatever the fuck this is. God, I'm getting distracted and going back to being focused because I'm trying to get this to work, and it's it's like I keep talking and it just results in time going everywhere. Okay, let's just go with mutable. Okay, so let's dot set map. Okay. So now we should have a like type safe reference that I can pass around so that multiple chunks can get access to the atlas information, which is the text atlas here, which means that I should probably commit all this because it's working. So let's go working par chunk. Okay, before I go clearing this out and rewriting everything. Okay. So we need all the chunks that need to be generated. And chunks just have, yeah, so these can just be copy, clone copy. Chunks, because this is what it's going to be annoying when chunk data becomes bigger. I don't remember what theme I'm using. I think it's called like Rust or something. I think that's what I'm using as Rust. It's called like New Rust or PB Rust or something. Like it's literally like not actually talking about Rust. It's talking about like the color Rust, not. I don't know how to see what extensions. You'd have to tell me the shortcut to see themes. I don't know. Maybe apparently I'm not using a theme at all. I don't know if there's a shortcut to see the theme. I'm pretty sure I was using something that was called like just like PBR Rust or something, and it was literally referring to the color Rust. Not the language Rust. And if you're talking about these weird little like arrow things like that, that's code glyphs or text glyphs something, and that's the flare code. Free monospace font. Lithograms. Lithographs. Ligatures. Fuck, I can't read. Why did my brain just like decide that it knew what that word meant? Ligatures, which is the idea that certain characters next to each other get turned into a single character. Little arrow, and when I do dash, that's what's giving like the fancy font. Yeah, my brain just does not fucking work. Probably because I'm just like so scatterbrained at the moment, trying to work out what I was doing. Okay. Okay, so we need access mute tasks is a chunk is a res mute chunk mesh task. Okay. And then you say async. No, you go we need let pool equals Bevy tasks async task pool get. Okay. Then we say for we need chunk. No, we need ID data. Then I don't think we need the handle. Okay, ID data in chunks. Opinion. See, I have to Google it. See, I have to Google. I don't. Can't have an opinion when I've never used it. I mean, it looks Flash, but also all the pictures they're showing are running on a Mac, so I'm gonna say hard pass. And also it's by JetBrain, which I've never specifically. I don't think it's necessarily them, but I've heard like negative things, and I don't know if it was JetBrain or just like Java or something, like, that I'm just getting confused. But it was like they did something to like their editors that they provide, or like they're the only people that provide the editor, and their plugins are proprietary, and it like annoyed everyone. But that may not be them. That may just be like my brain crossing wires. Okay. Pool dot scope? No. Spawn. And then you want to like move. Async move. And this is the let task equal. Is that how it works? Yes. Okay, cool. So then what we can do is be all like, okay, so we need to say let atlas equal atlas.clone. Wait, what? Why can't I clone you? I thought I... Okay. Well, for now, we'll just do that. my IntelliSense broken? No, it literally doesn't have clone. Okay. Well. Okay, you need clone. Right, you need clone, and that's why you have clone. Wait, no, you don't need clone. You should lose clone, because then I don't accidentally clone the data itself, which is not what we want to do. Okay, so then we want to say we need the atlas, and we pass the atlas in, and then we need the chunk data. So we're going to say let data equal data, and let ID equal ID. Okay, and then we need to be like data dot gen mesh with the reference to the atlas. Chunks does not live long enough. Yeah. But this... Okay. Do I have to do like this? Okay, yeah. Oh, wait, no, the reference is .clone. .clone. Okay. Well, I can probably just dereference that one. So... Okay. So we data.generate the mesh. So we're going to say like let mesh. Is this going to work? Yeah, that'll work. So we can just do that. Do that. Say ID data. Okay, and then we're going to say tasks.push. Drain? I don't know. There's something for it. Huh. Okay, so push. Maybe we don't want a vector, but anyway. Tasks.0.push. We might want like a hash map or something. No method named push found for struct task. Oh, no, this is a vector. A vector of tasks. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, chunks doesn't need to be immutable. Okay, and then we need to go like fn add chunk meshes. So we need our tasks again. Sorry, hash set. No, vector. Tasks.drain. No, so you need like a hash map, maybe. Maybe you could do that. And insert ID. Okay, just comment that out. My brain is taking a nap. 2 arguments. So you need a chunk ID. YouTube's under the impression that everyone has left. Weird. Bevy Diagnostics Explorer. Bevy Diagnostics Explorer. Oh, it's like a VS Code extension. I thought it was a plugin for Bevy. Oh wow, it's like a plugin for Bevy that then like actually, huh? Okay, well, I might have to get that once I get this working. That's pretty incredible. I like that. Just for anyone that was not looked it up like I did. Yeah, so it seems like it like can actually track and trace like how long execution and stuff takes, which is pretty incredible. So I might just, can I just click install? Is it going to work? Yeah, open Visual Studio Code. Install. Now I need to enable tracing on my Bevy. However, that's done. Here, and then we go version equals features equals trace. What it is this? Well, let's hope it's up to date. It'd be really disappointing if this is actually out of date. What was I doing? I needed to add it to my main. Well, it's compiling stuff, so we'll go back to working on this for a second. So we insert it into the hash map, and then we're going to go tasks dot drain. I think this is how you do it. Not sure. Yeah, there's a because I've done it before with I think it's the Bevy Chrome trace, and yeah, it's really nice to be able to pump it out, but it's also like really annoying that it takes like forever and generates like gigabyte large files for like 10 seconds worth of game time. When I was doing like profiling on my mesh generation in my Hexagon game, it would generate like 2 gigabyte files in like 30 seconds of game, and just it was not not fun. So it's Bevy. Why are you being like this? Yeah. Where's my IntelliSense go? We've already discussed earlier this stream that I can't spell, so I can't do anything with that IntelliSense. Come back, please. I just copy paste everything now. We'll go back to here and be like, how did you get diagnostics plugin? Okay. Right, we need to wrap these in a tuple. That's probably why it was complaining, is because it's like, you can't do this. And then you're going to tell me that cannot find. And then we need to go like default plugins and disable the default logger. Default plugins dot disable. Is that not how you do that? Thought that's how you did that. Oh, wait, you probably. God, why is it suddenly going so slow? It's because it's compiling something. And it obviously needs to be like recompile all of Rust. Probably because I turned tracing on, and that means it's actually fully recompiling Rust and not just recompiling what's changed. Yeah, I didn't change the pommel again, and it's rebuilding again though. That's what's confusing me. Like I didn't change anything. Anyway, tasks.0.drain. I think I'm gonna have to swap to nightly for this one, aren't I? Because annoyingly the drain filter doesn't. See, I still lost my IntelliSense. It's done, but it's okay. Drain. Can I go like drain.filter? But drain from a trait can only be used. Yeah. Let's go like rust. Fuck it. We'll just do this. We'll just go. We need our assets. So assets, which is going to be a res mute assets mesh mute. Okay, so build. No method disable. Okay, well, let's qualify this as Bevy log. Oh, so wait, is disable something you call an app? Like, do I go like app.disable? No. How? What are they calling that on? Use. What? What am I missing? Build.disable. Right. Okay. I got you. I follow now. It's like, what do I call that on? Explorer agent plugin, and this is where you find out that it doesn't implement plugin. Bevy app plugin sealed plugin is not satisfied, which means if we go here, and we go here, and we go really well put together plugin. Sadly, it uses the wrong version of Bevy. Well, that was a fun little side tangent. Shh. Don't tell anyone we derailed the entire stream for it to not work. I want my loading back. Thank you. All right. Well, it almost worked. I'll have to check that out, and maybe I'll do a video on that as well, because that seems pretty nifty if that works. So what were we doing? We were going like for ID mesh. I guess it's ID task in tasks.0.error, and then we're going to say let mute done question mark equals just a vector. No. Just talking loudly, lol. Okay. So you reckon if I swap to the crate, the GitHub, it'll work? Okay, I'll try that. So what was it? Was diagnostics explorer, diagnostics agent dot build dot disable log Bevy log logging plugin. All right, so we need to go here. Okay, well, I almost made it to re-implementing it. It goes to show how quick I am when I actually know what I'm doing. It's just that I was like fumbling so hard before because I was like no idea what I was doing. All right. What were we doing? So we're doing ready for each of these, and we're going through each of these, and we're saying like task dot. Don't want to cancel. Is finished. If task.isFinished. Can I say like task.cancel? No, because you need it to detach. No. Cancels the task and waits for it to stop running. Returns the task result output if the outcome, if it was cancelled just before, if it completed just before it got cancelled, or none if it didn't complete. While it's possible to simply drop the task to cancel it, this is a clear way of cancelling this because it waits for the task to stop running. Okay. Done. Dot push ID. Okay. Then for ID in done. I feel like this is a lot of redundant looping. Tasks.0.remove ID. Okay, can't borrow. Yeah. So we need to downcast this. Okay. So now you need to be a reference. Okay, so we're going to say let task equal. Then we say assets.set ID task dot what was it? It was cancel, wasn't it? Dot expect I know it's there. Dot cancel dot wait. Don't you dare. Damn it, it's a fucking async task. How? That means I need futures to don't like how many crates I end up stacking on top to do very simple things. Is that incorrect? Why is this an error? Is it futures light then? No. Yes, maybe. Why did crates let me copy the wrong name then? Okay, anyway. Okay, so first we're going to call expect here. Expect. I know it exists. And then we set the task and we say why are you having an issue? Okay, it's just taking a while. Futures light. Ready? Unwraps pull and returns pending. It's like, no, okay, so it's gotta be somewhere in here. There's like you can run once. It must be future block on task dot cancel. Dot expect is finish. Okay. Okay. So it's like let underscore equal. So that should generate all the meshes and then insert them with the correct ID into the atlas, which means we need to go add mesh chunks or add chunk meshes. Let's go back to okay. So we add chunk meshes. which, well, check the tasks. If they're finished, it'll remove the task from the list and add the mesh. Then we just need to go, when I spawn a chunk, is it in here? No, it's in world. When I spawn the chunks, I need to have access to the asset server. And this will make sense in a second. Res asset server. One day Bevy's going to change that, and I'm going to have no idea and keep just including it in a res instead of Okay, so when I do this, we go mesh, and mesh is equal to asset server dot get handle. And then we're going to say id.into. Okay. Why you need a type? And what do you mean? Oh, I can't be known at the time. Oh, okay, yeah, no. So it can't know what into is because it does just implement into. Okay. All right. So for those that are following along, it's couldn't hear. It's called pause. In our main here, we go, hey, if a new chunk is spawned, like if a chunk has changed, add it to the queue of chunks to be generated, where we pass the texture atlas and the chunk data off into its own thread in order to like generate the chunk. So we throw it into its own thread to generate the chunk. Then we add chunk meshes is another function it's called, which takes in all the tasks that we've said, hey, generate these chunks, and we go, hey, if it's done, please extract the mesh and put it into the pile. You know, like put it into the asset server and set it equal to the ID. Like set the handle equal to the ID, and then drop the handle because it's a strong handle. Then when we generate our chunks, we say, hey, asset server, give me a strong handle to this ID. This means that we have a strong handle. So when we create the other strong handle and drop it and immediately unloads, there's a strong handle already holding the mesh loaded. So this means we don't have to preemptively know what the handle is because the chunk itself knows what its ID is, so it knows what handle to set. Yeah, so. I haven't chunk, like the chunk is just literally a vector. Oh, like is this thing called an array? It's just an array of block types. In theory, if I was going to do it, what I would do is have functions that convert a block's ID into its chunk ID and offset, and then have the chunk IDs. Each chunk, when it gets added to the map, would add itself to a hash map of chunk ID to entity, and then you would look up the entity and insert the data into the entity. But we haven't worked out how we're going to actually do larger worlds. At the moment, that's it. The world just generates with the way it is. Oh no, quick, stop. No, stop compiling. I need to take this dependency out, because if I don't take that dependency out, it'll recompile 0.10. See, it's already doing it now. It will compile 0.10 if I don't take that. Once this starts, it's because it's probably going to need to compile some stuff. I've also turned trace on, which is just going to make it take so long. Come on. And then I think I'm going to duck to the bathroom. That is definitionally getting me sidetracked. Okay. Well, I'm going to start this thing compiling. Then I'm going to do exactly what you just said. So just do this. I'm going to go hello. I'm going to go back here. Then we dot build dot disable Bevy log plugin. and then it was you. We need to wrap you in a tuple and say. See, the issue is that the Rust analyzer can't run until this compiling's done. But just hello complain. It's probably going to crash, isn't it? Because it's going to get to main and see that I've changed things. I shouldn't have control est. What was it like? It's like an agent plugin or something. Ah, right. So something crashed. We'll work on that in a second. Because it's going to take a while to recompile. Come on. Come on. Go check. Yeah. Basically, all I'm going to do is go change the version and get it to run again, and then I'll run to the toilet while it compiles. Not to get me sidetracked. Why? There we go. Okay, until it starts showing errors. Okay, so agent tracking layer, agent plugin. Then we want to go not here, but like here. No, that's clippy, and it's empty. Why have the file? That's obviously a pre-compiled thing. 11, 11, 11. We're gonna go Bevy. And go yes. Okay, so there's only the 3 instances of Bevy. Do I wildcard hash brown? I think I wildcard hash brown. I think I need to go cargo clean. Because if you don't go cargo clean, it won't detect my download, but if I call cargo update, it'll override my changes, I think. So I can't call cargo update and have it not change things. I have to clean and then recompile everything. Otherwise, it won't pick up on the changes. All right. Anyway, I'm going to hit run on that, and I'm going to run to the toilet. So you guys all enjoy watching the compiler run for like 5 minutes. Oh, sorry for the chewing. I decided to grab some bread while I was away because it's like hungry. Okay. So why did I get a compile error? I don't know how to check what theme I have. Like Control T or Control K. Probably breaking everything. I'm just pressing. I see. Control K, Control T. Dark modern. This is so many key bindings. Control Shift P. Theme. Don't know. It didn't seem to work either. Maybe I didn't save it. That's clippy. Yeah, it didn't work. Which doesn't make sense because it What have I done wrong? After the version 0.11, but yet this still says that this doesn't implement plugin, which it quite clearly implements plugin. I'm gonna go here and go, yeah, it's still using Bevy 0.10. But I cleaned it. I don't know why it didn't work. No, I shouldn't clean. Too late now. Clean bash p. Maybe it only cleaned my specific one. We need to clean that one. Is that how you do it? I think that's how you do it. Whoops, I just hit clean again. We're just gonna stop pressing buttons. My brain's going a little bit too fast. Okay, so yeah, I know. You're turning into Vim. There's too many plugins. Too many shortcuts. That's like the, it's like a sequence of like progressively getting more specific on how you can find it. Like it's like, oh yeah, control T or Control K. And it's like, it's Control K, Control T. Like exactly the key binding. And it's like you can do Control Shift P and search for theme. Like it progressively like widening the scope of press these random keys, press these exact keys. Just search for the word theme. Having a lovely bit of bread. I did a course. Screen max. I did a course on information digital media technology web design, and my lecturer was like really like, oh, there should be only one way to do something. There shouldn't be multiple ways to do something. I'm going like, I think he was complaining about Windows and how there's like 6 different ways to change your desktop background and 6 different ways. I was like, well, actually, there's only one. There's just like 15 million different interfaces that let you get to that one way of changing it. And that's kind of what that is. It's like there's only one way to change a theme, but there's a shortcut to the theme. There's a search engine, search bar to find the theme. So it's like it's not actually multiple ways of doing it, because multiple ways of doing it's bad because it introduces multiple areas that need to be maintained to keep your code up to date. But if they all just point to the same function that then does it, then it's like it's not actually bad. No, Vim can go burn in hell. Too many shortcuts in Vim. And it's not even like good they are good shortcuts if you can use Vim. It's the kind of shortcuts that I end up with in Blender where I accidentally miss the wrong key and then it does something. Like I tried to do this shortcut and it did something else. Okay. I'm obviously doing something wrong. How the hell do I get this thing to update its Bevy version? I love pointing with my mouse. Yeah, but Vim people love pointing with their cursor, with their keyboard. And when I was in primary school, people, like the teacher was like, "Oh, you only need the keyboard," and it's like, why are you trying to teach like 10-year-olds how to like navigate an entire computer with just a keyboard? We're menaces. We don't need to know this power. You need to be able to be like, we are adults, we are magic, and take the mouse away so the kids can't play games. Not teach the kids how to play games with just the keyboard. Yeah, at least just save and exit. If you hit them both, you know, just exit. Which might be worse, because it'll give you dialogue saying you haven't saved, so you can get out of exiting, but it's like, no, you saved, now you exit. I'm gonna politely disagree that they're overrated. I've used them, and yeah, they can be useful, especially if you're on like a plane or something, but they're not overrated. Anyone who uses them loves them. It's everyone else that goes, why is there a little button? Ooh, it moves the mouse. I'm not touching that. Like, it's not overrated. No, I'm saying like, I feel like anyone who uses them doesn't underrate them. It's just everyone else is scared to touch them. Like, they may be underutilized, but I don't think they're underrated. Like, nobody goes, oh, they're so terrible, I'm not going to use it. It's people are just scared of them. How? Maybe I have to call cargo update dash p. Is this going to work? Is this what I need to do? Oh yeah, they're not selling PC keyboards. I'm sure somewhere you can find it. Go. Do you want to? If you want to, the mouse. the there's a keyboard that you can buy. I don't remember what it was called, but it's like a laptop keyboard. Like, it's specifically designed to just be a laptop keyboard that you can plug into. I'm assuming originally a laptop, but it was like, you can plug it into your computer. There's no reason a laptop can't be plugged. You can't be plugged into a normal computer. Add plug it. What is going on? Have I? No, it's. You're doing my head in. Why is it not updating? Is it? Was that full nerd mode? I like that. I like the phrasing. It reminds me of the dude that he was he wasn't getting like annoyed, but he did his whole like gimmick around. Wait, what? How about? Oh no, I've broken Rand. Which means that because I'm wildcarding it, someone else is using a different version of Rand. Who uses the outdated version of Rand? How did that get bundled in? Yeah, so much for not sidetracking me. I can't get it to update. Like, I've done it before. Usually you just go in here and you just be like, hey, change this, and then you'd be like, yeah, clean, run, compile. But it's not working. Like, I can't understand why. Like, maybe it's just not. Because when I say run, it doesn't seem to be running. Like, it's not, I don't see it compiling. Hey, no, it's compiling. So yeah, it's not. Okay, let's try another complete clean then, because maybe it's just like not checking something. Maybe we should call a cargo update too, just to fix everything. Okay, oh, something's migrated. That's interesting. But most of that's from the Bevy editor. The Repier 3D is the physics engine I intend to use when I add collision. It's overly ambitious of me to assume that I would get to collision today, but I actually had it installed yesterday as well. I was like, oh, what I can do is just spawn the boxes and then go, Rapier, have a collision. Brain's got to say, have a collision mesh, and then, you know, with no extra work, I can run the player around on the world and actually like play Minecraft. But as you can see, I have got sidetracked. Thank you, Astor. You've really sidetracked me here. I know it wasn't your intention, but I blame you entirely. It's 100% your fault that I got sidetracked and not my inability to focus. Well, we should probably get back on track to make sure this actually works, because from what I remember, it crashed. And, yeah. Yeah, the sidetracking is immense on this one. So let's tell you about how I didn't really have a goal for the Minecraft thing, because I tend to get so distracted with projects that I'll pop to something else before I finish the game. But it'll be nice to have, you know, come back and be like, oh, you built that thing that I was working on, or you know, even just having someone who's disciplined enough to put issues on GitHub, because I've just started doing it with my sprite animation. So I started going like, hey, these are things I need to do. I'm going to forget tomorrow, so I'm going to make issues. And so I actually have issues. The funny thing is I make an issue and then I close it like 15 minutes later because I did it, you know, closed. Clean up loading code. It's like literally just a note to self to remove the old code that I just commented out. And it switched to Bevy asset server. I literally did that like the next day. Probably halfway through when I made that thing. Also, look at this. Someone actually made like a commit to my, or like another commit, like a, I don't know what it's called, like a fork, and then like a, hey, why don't you implement this? I've asked them to make it to the new version, but it's really cool. It's it uses generics, which I'm not a fan of, but it's kind of like the sacrifice you need to make. Project amazing. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I also wish I knew how to use like GitHub's like what are they, like workflows or whatever they are, where it's like it runs tests and checks and everything. So when you push a commit, it goes, yeah, that's broken. And because to me, I'm like, I've written tests before. Like this one's a great example. This is one of the few things I've actually written lots of tests for. Yeah, actions. Good call on the cargo tree. I'm just gonna quickly go. Is it? I'm on the wrong branch. This is the problem with, I left the main branch alone and I did all my changes on 0.4. So then this person's coming in going, hey, I've made an update. It's like, it's on the wrong branch. What do we want to go? Not branches. Code. Script. Node ID. So I wrote a whole bunch of tests in here, like this, where it's like, I just want to make sure, like this is not a test like you would make a Rust test, because I'm not likely to change any of this code and therefore break it. But this was me being like, I want to make sure that I understand the hashing well enough that 0 equals 0, but 1 doesn't equal 0. So I'm not actually just comparing that they both use 64s. So I actually wrote a bunch of these tests, and they'll be really useful in the future if I do change something, because I've asserted that these should all be equal or not equal accordingly. And if I break something, that'll be the case. And I did actually break something, but it was an attributes, which didn't have the tests at the time. So, yeah. Nodes are so slow and hate YAML. Yeah, everyone seems so fascinated with YAML. I've never actually looked into it. Like outside of, I believe Unity uses YAML as its like format for saving your game like editor state, so that when you like hit run, it can return or whatever. And beyond that, never looked into YAML, and everyone seems to rave about how great YAML is. Anyway, let's go fix the bug, and then we can get sidetracked later. Yeah, it's weird because it's like Rust, though. I can definitely see people being like that. Everyone rants and raves about how great Rust is, but I guarantee lots of people come to Rust and be like, oh, like how can people use it? Yeah, I think that's the point, is that TOML is YAML but with type strength. Yeah, people really love YAML. Never, yeah, that's what it boils down to. But it's the same thing with Rust. A lot of people that love Rust have never had to quickly build something with Rust, or I guess it's more people that hate Rust haven't had to spend hours debugging C code or something. You know, like it can go either way. Of like, a well implemented YAML, I think you'll find would be really good. It's the issue is that YAML is just really hard to implement properly. It's like my animation node thing. I made my node save and load in Ron, and then I wrote a custom parser to parse them. And I'm like, what I really should have done is learn how to use. I got distracted reading. I should learn. Yeah, crashed again. I need to learn how to. I needed to learn how to use serd so that I could actually just use Ron to serialize and deserialize strings that then convert to handles. Yeah, no, I that's the problem with was it non-rigid things like what the fuck? Oh, it's got no icon. It's just a random blob. What is it like? That's what I don't like about JSON. Is it's not rigid enough in its structure to prevent you from making stupid mistakes. Like, if you don't put parentheses around it, it just assumes that it's a value and not a string, and won't tell you this until you run your application and it goes, oh, I expected a string. And it's like, oops, if that's in a critical location, then you're fucked. But it's just, well, yeah, one of those weird things. Resource record. Oh, I did. Yes, of course. I need to dot insert. I'm just going to go init resource. Tasks. Just chunk mesh tasks. I never spawned the resource. Yeah, there we go. That's why it's crashing. I was going, I'm sure I didn't break any of the... I saw someone that was talking something really amazing when it comes to like that missing a space sort of thing. Apparently, I think it depends on which parser you're using, but Python doesn't like if you use some tabs and some spaces, and will not it'll compile with no error. It'll just not run. Like, it'll say there's a parsing error if you mix tabs and spaces, so that you can make it so that nobody can tell why the code's not compiling. Anyway, this is what I like to call async, though I feel like it's waiting for them to run, because I can feel a frame lag. There's a distinct jitter. And, actually, I've got the Bevy editor, which is just one of those amazing things. It's like why I love, like, the Bevy editor is always almost immediately up to date. Like, I have to spend maybe a week without the Bevy editor, and then it comes to update, and it gets updated. But if I go diagnostics, damn it, I need to add the diagnostics. Let's go Bevy diagnostics. Oh, I guess it's the diagnostic plugin. And Bevy diagnostics frame time diagnostic plugin. Do these need to have defaults? I don't know. No, and no. Okay. Okay. So what else? What other entity, frame time, asset count, dynamic plugin? We'll put the entity plugin. Bevy diagnostics. Entity count diagnostic plugin. There we go. Yeah. Bog our game down with some diagnostics. But I love that I learned that debug assert means that none of this stuff will happen when I compile the code in release mode. It's just so nice. The only issue with that is, I guess this is debug assert, which means even if I compile it in release mode, if I compile it in release but with debug enabled, it will still be there. But it means that like you don't have to worry about taking code out for when you release things. It crashed. My bet, that already exists. I suspect it already in either the default plugins or the editor initializes the diagnostics plugins. Diagnostics. What is... I can't fly around. What is our frame time? About 50 FPS. That's a bit slow. What's our frame time? Yeah, see, I need it to print it somewhere, because that's not going to work. So time, and then we need diagnostics. Share, borrow of a resource. If you need... No, this one. Is it this now? Huh. If time dot lap. Why is time not working? What? Why can't I... Time. Why do I have no time metrics? What is going on? Why is everything broken? Dot modulo. Dot. Why have you broken? If... What have I done? I've broken Rust Analyzer. Do you know what it probably is? It can't tell which Bevy to use. What have I done? What we were saying, cargo tree. Bevy 0.11 space v 0.10. See, nothing's relying on Bevy 0. Do you know what it'll be? Rust Analyzer can get out of sync. And that means that I reckon if I just turned that back on, Rust Analyzer will say that it can't do it. But the run probably can, because it's... No, it is actually saying that it can't do it. Why do you like this? Why can I not click this? This is really bizarre. Cargo tree? Oh, that's not how you spell tree. Oh, no. We want Bevy v 0.10. Bevy 0.10 is apparently not in the dependency trees, so. Yes, hello, can you explain to me why you're a little bitch? Where is your lock? Yes, this file. Can I get this thing like how do I get really mad at you and be like, can I open this in Explorer somehow? There's F drive, rust stuff.cargo, registry, index crates.io, diagnostics. Bevy diagnostics. Hello, yes, your cargo lock can fuck right off. Yes, hello. I would like to try running again now that I've destroyed your cargo lock. This file does not exist anymore. Oh, but it can't be 0.9. Like, it actually explicitly states... Well, like, the dependency is 0.10. Like, if I open this up... no, where was it? This one. When I click this, up here, it says Bevy app 0.10. So, it wouldn't be... You son of a bitch. I need to clean you. No. Okay, so maybe try run again. See, I'm thinking what it could be is that the Rust analyzer's grabbed its own version and it's keeping it like locked because remove my cargo lock. Well, now it's just going to fetch updates. Maybe it's because it's fetching the crates IO's one and then using that. No, because it still wouldn't work. Well, it's compiling some stuff. See, something's relying on old Bevy. Something's relying on old Bevy. I see it. Something's installing the old ECS, which means that something. But there's a, and it's not even like I'm searching for specifically Bevy because it's actually Bevy ECS that's the wrong version. I'm just looking for the version 0.11 or 0.10. It's just bizarre. I think, does grep work on Windows? No, I was looking for Bevy specifically. What is using the Bevy ECS 0.10? Follow this line up. Yeah. Yeah, but what are you? Man, look at these crates. It is you. Okay, I think so. You must. So you're 11. Crossbeam channel. No. I don't get it. Because like I've updated the file, which means that it doesn't. Also, why you got a yellow underline? In code. Warning. Okay. Do I reckon like patch it? Well, the issue with wilding everything is that they may actually specifically relying on a version. And also the fact that I'm saying Bevy but it's still compiling the old one is like Bytewater, Crossbeam, hash brown, tracing. Like none of these are sub Bevy crates. It's directly dependent on the Bevy, so it's directly pulling the wrong versions. And that's so it doesn't make sense that it's downloading them because I've specifically overwritten its TOML. Weird. So, maybe if I like do this, probably have to close all of them. Now code's doing an update. Okay, I'm going to do code. Thank you for doing an update code. Yeah, of course you open Pong. Open folder. First stuff. Projects. Okay. I'm just wondering if maybe the Rust analyzer is having issues. No, it seems to already have it. It could be, but like I've done it before. Like I've 100% gone, hey, this uses the wrong version. Let me just change this value, and it's worked. Like as I'm saying, you need to call clean because otherwise it doesn't know to recompile a dependency because it's basically going, hey, I fetched this from crates.io, so why would I recompile it? There's no way it's changed. So like unless it's a new thing, like because I noticed that with I think Rust changed how clone works. Well, not clone, copy. So clone is an actual implementation that the user gets to decide. And for a long time, copy was the same, and copy just called clone. Like that's the default implementation for copy was to call clone, and you were just flagging that it could copy. But they've changed that. Like now it says compile implemented, and you can't override the copy behavior. Because I was going to use that in my sprite animation thing. That if you copied it, it would do a deep copy. Or if you cloned it, it would do a copy and keep the name. Whereas if you just copied it, it would just erase the name and just use the hash. But the compiler won't let you implement your own implementation of copy anymore. Like it used to. I swear, like not that long ago. Like 1.67, I think was maybe the version that I noticed that I'd be like, oh, I can implement copy and clone as two separate behaviors. But then I went to do it this time, and it was like, no, you can't do that. Okay. You doing my head in. Oh, there's your lock. See, it's even got them in the lock. Like they're the right version here. That's so bizarre. b 0.1. I might have figured it out. No, because it's its own. I was thinking it could be set up like the Bevy editor, where it's like actually a crate with a crate with a crate, like, you know, with multiple crates. But no, there is nowhere in this document left. Rust format? No. I don't know why any of these. Trunk? Why is there a trunk config in here? I don't know. Target. Cargo, git, toml, lock, toml, I have no idea what's going on. We have got very sidetracked. Okay, what were we doing? I also, like, don't know why this is broken. Like, apply. How do you read diagnostics in Bevy? Import. Maybe it's the diagnostics store. No. Qualify. .get Bevy diagnostics what do we want? We need a diagnostic ID. Diagnostics ID. Nope. Okay. Let's just track down how to do this. Runtime plugin. You add register diagnostics new. Okay. Self. Okay. So is it we need the frame time plugin. Frame time. Is it .get? No. What does this return? It returns an option diagnostic. Well, we'll just do that. But what is an option diagnostic? Like, let d equal plus return. I'm just gonna say if the diagnostic doesn't exist, just return. I'm gonna say some d, and then we have a diagnostic, and then we say like d dot average. Okay. Maybe. I don't know why it would be there to interface. I guess, yeah, if it's rendering it as a web app. Okay, so we have our average. We're just going to whack our frame time in here. I'm going to be like app dot. Well, I guess it would need to be in its own little debug thing. We're going to go app dot add, and this is systems. This is update, fixed update. Time, frame time. App dot insert resource fixed time from new from seconds, period is 1. Okay. No one uses this git res package. Yeah, I mean. That is true. Why are you bitching? What have I done wrong? Okay, I bet you it's because it needs to be res diagnostic store. Okay. All of that work. Okay. I want to like I'm going to. We've derailed far too much to not get like derailed even further. We're gonna go. Yes, hello. Fork, please. How do I fork? I don't remember how to GitHub. No, I don't code space. Fork. I would like to fork it, please. Yes, hello, fork. Yes, yes. Yes, hello. Please go to my code of the fork. And then I want to go to here, and I want to go like edit. This is a lot of work. Edit. Probably turn numlock on. No? Okay. Yeah, no, there's no Bevy version 14. I like none of you can see what I'm doing. I can't even see the chat because I've just like turned it off. Like I'm on a different tab, and I'm like, what do we do? So Euro 11, Bevy utils, version 11. I have also noticed something. The toml doesn't look like this on the GitHub. Look. The toml looks different. I don't know if that's a when you upload to crates.io or whether that's a like the GitHub version's different from the main version. Anyway, we're gonna go back to code. And then we're gonna go hello. I'm gonna go copy, and then we're gonna go here. We're gonna go hello. Yes, you weird little thing that's not doing what I'm wanting. I want to say git. Yes, hello. Please now run. Well, we probably should turn it back on, as the Rust analyzer is now going to spend ages compile. And back to chat. Okay. What's hilarious about it is I considered doing the git thing, and then I went, no. But I forgot. I don't need to download it to edit it. Like, that was what my biggest thing was. I didn't want to spend ages downloading it onto my computer to change like 2 lines to commit it back to. I can just edit it in GitHub. I literally just changed some values and went, there you go, done. So it took less time to do that than the whole sidetrack took in a general sense. Okay. It's compiling something. Probably the new version with 0.11. This is one of those do it properly the first time would have been faster than trying to take shortcuts, you know? We spent so long trying to get it to work by just editing a file on my computer that it was like faster just to fork it. Hey, okay, well, outside of that being slow as all fuck to render, finally, yay, rendered. Hey, look at that. Look at a query for entities. Why is this taking so long? And render phase. Is my render time really taking that long? Oh, it's because I've got lots and lots and lots of chunks. If I make my chunks bigger, 30, 40 FPS. I've lost like 10 FPS just having this plugin running. I like that one. It's like you can see, you can't see. There's stuff in the way. This is why you don't really want shadows in a voxel game, is because the shadows are cast, like calculated by the land, which means if a chunk's not loaded, you don't see that single chunk with one piece of dirt in it. It's hilarious. Okay, that's really cool. The fact that I had to do that was a bit annoying, but and the fact that it really siphons frame rate. Like diagnostics is like, I was getting 50 FPS before, now I'm getting 30. It's also like 1,000 entities. What was I doing? Right. Why is this not working? Probably because I've got this bit, and it's like in a fixed time update. It's like if it's not perfect, it won't run ever. So I was doing that because I was like, once per frame. And then I was like, well, I may as well just put it in the fixed update. Another one of those, like, spending more time getting it to do something funky than it would have actually just taken. Okay. It takes 24, 20, 30, 27. Okay. Interesting. Underground grass. I wonder how much FPS I get back if I turn the shadows off, because I have a feeling that the shadows are probably the most expensive compute. Yeah, okay. Well, I've gone back to frame time means literally nothing. Like, I'm not at the minimal frame time, so I'm running at 60 FPS. Well, I'm having occasional lag spikes, but well, there's also, we probably closed the hierarchy. There, now I'm running at 60 FPS. It's the only issue with Bevy editor. It's really slow. Especially considering I'm spawning more and more entities, which just slows the editor further and further without actually changing anything. Okay, so a few changes to make before we go onto something completely random. Where is our chunk? It's under block. When we generate our grass, I call like gen grass. Yes, mesh gen grass. Why don't I generate grass? This is first. So this is block mesh, block UV, grass mesh. Yes, so grass. Can I make you like not so like hideously green? I think the actual way to do that would be to add a little bit of color elsewhere. Otherwise, it will just darken the green. But we actually just want it to be like maybe not just as luminous of a green, which means adding all the other colors back, making it like a more gray. Yes, lag free. Well, at least no chunk lag. Like, it's still got some lag, but it's glorious. I still don't like it. I'm going to turn that plugin off because that'll be really helpful for some debugging, but the fact that it takes I gotta turn. I'm gonna go with textures. I'm gonna say, hey, maybe don't have. Wait, where? Oh, it's in the light, which is in main. I'm gonna turn shadows off. Wow, I'm not even using time in this. Yeah, you can borrow. Where is my spawning of this? I want to say, hey, don't enable shadows. just because it just chews through so much frame rate unnecessarily, and it also makes it like you can't see this kind of stuff. Okay, does that grass? It also just probably needs to be a little bit darker. So maybe we'll just go back here. We're gonna go like, if I just make this like 0.8, a little bit darker, a little bit less green, and disable this because I love it, but it does mean that the application takes like a good 30 seconds to start. Like that entire time the white screen is up is because it's okay. Well, at this point, with shadows disabled, it seems to always just think that everything's lit, which is not what it's supposed to do, but yeah. Anyway, I'm going to say that green's close enough. Okay. What am I working on now? I guess what we can do is we'll regenerate a chunk. No, it's not chunk. It'd be world because yeah. I mean, if I hadn't got sidetracked, I would have made this much progress in like an hour. But instead, it took me what are we up to, like 2.5 hours or something? Oh. I love how YouTube slowly falls further and further behind in its preview. How long have we been streaming? Yeah, like 2.5 hours. So in 2.5 hours, I got an hour's work done because I kept getting sidetracked doing other shit. Okay, so what I want to do now is like when we spawn our player. Alright, we spawn our player. Where is it? Spawn cube. It was probably in the camera. We want to be something like hello. Can I be a like dot add? No, not a system. We just want to go to where the camera is spawned. Setup player. I'm gonna be like hello. You get a fly cam. You also get use Bevy Rapier. No. It's Bevy Rapier 3D. Prelude. No, not pipeline. Prelude. Yes, please use this. Okay, so we want to go to the player and go. We want not a velocity, a rigid body. Dynamic. What? Not two owned. Dynamic. How did I end up there? Dynamic. We want a lock axes. Or I think. Yeah. Because we don't want it full. No, it's lock rotation. Okay, maybe it's lock axes then. Lock axes. No, so we just want to rock all rotation. Okay. Rotation locked. All right, because they're all different numbers. I didn't think Rust let you do this, but it does because these are, this is 0, bit 0, bit 1, bit 2, bit 3, bit 4, bit 5, and then this is, sets the corresponding bits. Anyway, rotation locked so that our character doesn't fall over, and we want a collider. We want to like a capsule. Huh. Okay, so we want a radius of 1, and we want to start at vec 3y and go to vec 3 negative y, not negative z, negative y. It's a very wrong direction. Negative z. Okay. So our player now has physics on them, but we should probably at the very least make the spawning chunks. We should also spawn the player really high up. Where does the player currently spawn? We spawn the player, no, okay. So like 128. We'll spawn the player on the camera. Yeah, like, and then you'll fall down because you're looking at 0, 0. What do we want to do? So we want to go to, when you spawn our gen view chunks, no, we want to gen our start chunks, and we want to go rigid body. I just want to wildcard that in. Thank you. Rigid body fixed. It's not static. It's the one thing I don't like about physics engines is that they never agree on the terminology. Fixed versus static. It's like, and what are they called? Like sensors in Reaper and triggers in Unity. Like, I'm not saying they should, but it's just a little bit annoying when you have to like try and work out what their term is for a collider that you can't hit. So fixed, and then we want a collider mesh. Okay, creates a collider that is a convex polyhedral from Bevy. Computed collider shape. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Is it? Not capsule. No. What colliders are there? Cube. Cuboid. No. Okay. Cuboid with a chunk size divided by 2 as F32. The only issue with this is that the chunks are actually built like diagonally up and to the right. They don't offset correctly, which means that this isn't going to really work because the collider is going to be wrong. And I'm just sticking a box collider on them. And then, like, so that you don't end up falling through it before its actual collider is generated. Like, each chunk is going to assume that the entire chunk is filled, and only when I generate the collider will it decide otherwise. So we go back to main and we generate these chunks. Add chunk. Okay, so this just generates a chunk. Okay, so that's interesting. Because I died. Okay, so we need to be all like fn add underscore collider, and this is going to need a query for chunks. Oop, no, chunks. And then we need to go. We need anything with a new collider and a handle to a mesh where we don't change the mesh handle. We literally just load the mesh. We need to do like enum. I'm gonna need to clean this up off screen. God, it's getting really complicated. Gen collider. I'm just gonna take in a chunk ID. Chunk ID. This is going to be slow. Okay. Let need update equals right, this is an event. Derive event. You need an event writer. Event writer. What did I call this thing? An enum. That's not what I meant to call it, but anyway, we'll call it an enum. It's actually called a mesh event. Okay. And then here we say set. Okay, so we're gonna say events dot send mesh event gen collider ID. Okay, so this needs to be a hash set node. Okay, well no, it's chunks. No, events. Event reader. Mesh event. So we take the mesh events and we're going to go events dot iter dot filter? No. Dot map if let mesh event gen collider ID equals then some I don't know. Else none dot filter e dot is sum dot collect. Wow, it's more like dot map. I feel like I'm doing this really wrong. I think there's a helper function for this, but I'm just like e dot unwrap. Wait, why are you going mesh event? No, that's some ID. Okay, that was ridiculous. Yep, collect into a hash set. Okay, well, now we have a hash set of need update. Then for ID mute collider and mesh in chunks. Maybe we should do this as a local. Was it local? Local. Hash set chunk ID. For E in local dot insert, need to match E ID local dot insert E no ID. Don't mind me, I'm doing like really dumb stuff because I don't know what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get it to work. We're saying mismatch type expected. Okay. Right. Okay, you don't return anything, please. Okay, so for ID into chunks. So we need to iterate through our chunks mutably. And then we want to say collider equals collider from Bevy mesh. So we need to say get our mesh first. Let mesh equals, so we need assets, which is going to be res assets mesh. Okay, so we said if so let sum equal it always baffles me, you guys, is why watch me like just be lost and do nothing for a while. Okay, so get handle else continue. Okay, wait, if ID no, if local dot contains ID. If the local doesn't contain the ID, continue. Alright, so extract the mesh. Collider, so the mesh is mesh from Bevy mesh. Yep, okay, and then computed collision shape. What is a computed collision shape? Shape type based on a Bevy mesh. Computed shape tri-mesh convex hull. Let's just go with a tri-mesh. The unwrap. I just want to be able to see that it spits out an error. Right, and you want just a reference to what type? Collection shape. Okay. And then if we ever get to here, I guess it should be like if let sum C equals C else error making collider. Continue. Okay, then we say local dot remove. ID. Okay. And then when you go up here, we'll be like underscore system update add collider. Okay. And run and ready for it to crash. So we spawned them all in with big box colliders, which aren't even lined up with the mesh. Which, you know, is hilarious. Oh, and it crashed immediately. Ah, because we haven't got the event registered. App. I'm going to go like app.add event mesh event. Okay. Okay. It crashed again. Panic handle. Why did it crash? A triangle mesh must contain at least one triangle. Right. Because I insert the mesh even if there's no blocks. Okay. If mesh dot attribute mesh attribute positions dot if let sum e equals mesh dot attribute positions dot e dot okay, well, else if it has no vertex attributes, I don't want it to check every frame. It's literally returning if the mesh doesn't load. So that just means that, like, call this. And then we say, like, if e dot is empty. Call this. Okay, that one doesn't get, this one continues. Continue. Like, don't check to see if it's empty and then continue if it isn't. And then this, so if it has no vertexes, just continue. So it just means remove it from the chunk. What a weird issue to have. I've just realized one other thing I need to do. I need to say, hey, if you have one of those issues, the collider needs to yeah, the Rust analyzer is what gives me my IntelliSense, or at least I think it is. I don't think VS Code has something. Ooh, that seems slow. Okay, we're gonna drop back to a single chunk because it seems a little slow. I'm gonna compile it in release mode, but that's hilarious. Anyway, collider equals collider. We'll go with like a ball with a radius of like 0.01. This is not how you do this, but you know, really what you do, so you know. Yeah, well, originally I think VS Code has a like a Rust language engine. Anyway, I think my dog just attacked my birds, so I'm gonna be back. Yes, the dog has decided he's going to bump the box that has my quails in it. And it's not really a problem because it's not likely he's gonna knock the lid off. But if he does, so I've locked him outside now. That's what he gets for misbehaving. So what do I need to do? I need to go to like, hello. World. We're gonna be like 1. And start at like 4. And then we just want to return early. I want to change this code to return. Okay, so I wouldn't say expert. Just just dabbling at the moment. Trying to make a silly little Rust version of Minecraft. Why are there so many boxes? Yeah, it's generating way too many chunks. How many chunks are you generating? In case you're not aware, this is just an absolutely shocking way of doing colliders. The correct way would be to generate the colliders as part of the mesh generation process and generate them the same way I'm generating and customize them so that it's not taking forever because it's obviously passing something. Am I constantly repeating something? Maybe I'm looping. I said, so no, you generate the task and then. But when do I generate the task? When the chunks changed? But then we don't change the chunks, so. Why is it taking so long? What's confusing me is the fact that like I'm not actually spawning any chunks. Well, like, I mean, like I've said just generate me the 1 chunk, and yet it still seems to be generating like miles upon miles of chunks. Yeah, look, like it's weird. It shouldn't be generating any chunks. Let's gen mesh. No. So this just returns, which means that we don't generate any chunks based on the player's vision. All right, have fun at work writing the inferior language of C#. Just. Weird. See, like there's too many chunks. There shouldn't be that many chunks. It's still generating 5 chunks in every direction. It's taking way too long. I just need to get it to a point where I can test something. Go away. Close. Oh, task manager's on the other window. The task manager should be something I should just change that to be on all windows all the time. Show all desktops. Okay. What I don't understand is when I generate the world, gen view chunks. Oh wait, no. It's the wrong way. I found it. It's this one. Because I'm like, I turned it down so it generates basically like 6 chunks, and it's still generating like 500 chunks, and it's because the one that checks render distance is independent of the one that generates the world. Anyway, it's probably still going to be slow, but it's not going to be as slow. Well, apparently it's just not going to work at all now. I feel bad for the dog. I can just hear him scraping at my window, but I'm like, I'm not letting you back in. Why? Why are you still generating so many goddamn meshes? Just stared my dog down from on top of the stairs. He's just at the door like, let me in. Where'd my task manager go? See, it's not even using that much compute. It's purely that it's obviously overloading a single thread. If I go here, like one of these is going to be spiked out because I think it moves which core it's on because Bevy's multi-threaded itself. So which core takes lots of time. So which is gen view chunks, and right, I modified the wrong one. Y is going to start at 4. The spawn chunks are the ones that I need to modify down. Be like 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so it should generate like a 2x2 cube. Oh, have I finally tracked it down? Yeah, just like keep modifying the wrong bits of code. Where's that map? I want to go, so this is our gen start chunk. So this one here, we want to be like back up to 5. This is our distance chunks. Okay. Well, now we've at least got a half decent FPS. Now, by looking around, I believe that's because I spawned chunks at the top of the, yeah. So I've spawned chunks that all just happen to not have any blocks in them. So we should go down a layer. Maybe from like 3 up. Just because of how I generate. It's like if you're not generating a large enough area, they may all just be below the ground. Like, okay. I missed it. No. No. Okay. That's really funny. Not 5. 3, 2. Okay. Going down one more chunk. We shouldn't be able to miss it this time because there should be way more ground to land on. But that's hilarious. I was so close to landing on it, and I just like clipped it and bounced off. Okay. I'm very slowly falling from very high up. So these all have like really small colliders, which is hilarious. I also have this feeling that I'm going to hit this and I'm going to... Oh no. Beep, 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 beep. Help! Ah, I've been knocked through. The fuck? Oh no, because the collider rotates the camera. Oh, that's awesome. Collider. No? Okay. Rigid body. Fixed. The fly cam should work now. See, this is what I mean. So it's going to need some kind of greedy meshing sort of thing of being like, this entire face could be represented by a single, like flat, like not hexagon. What do you call these things? Plane. Like a single, like from here to here, like could be, well, I guess within a single chunk. Like a 16 by 16 square could be a single, like two triangles, rather than this monstrosity. Poor dog, he's just not having fun being locked away from the quails. I do love what it means. I'm going to have to split the camera off the player, because when I look down, like the player's hitbox literally leans over and he just start rolling down the hill. Okay, anyway, let's optimize the fuck out of this code. So when I say gen mesh, yep, that's sort of like slices up. And this wants to return a Bevy 3D. Prelude collider? Not pipeline, prelude. Collider. Okay. So, we just put it like a to-do so that you don't complain. Okay, so if I say use Bevy prelude, okay, let's see. So the collider, we can say like, we have all these basic shapes. The triangle from world, from Bevy mesh, convex mesh. Creates a new collider. No, so original that is a convex formed. Okay, so no, we want to go mesh from Bevy mesh. I want to go in here and go, how the hell do you do this? If you do this sharp shape triangle from flag vertex triangle. Okay. Try mesh from flags. Vertices. Indices. Right, these are your sets of triangles. And you try mesh flags. If set the half edge topology of the triangle computed. Half edge? Okay. Well, the question is, but do you... Oh, merge duplicates. Well, that makes things really easy. easy. Well, not really easy, but this is what I need. Is this public? Tell me the sharp shape is public. Yeah. Arc. Try mesh with flags. Okay. Let mesh. Okay. So I need all these positions. I need all these indices. My brain has just gone to sleep because I'm trying to compute how I would do this. So I'm going to say like let vertexes equal a hash, a vec. No. All right, and then we're going to say let equals a vec. No. Okay. Okay. So we're going to comment this out and go, you are the end thing that I pass it to. All right. Have a good night's sleep. Yeah, I'm sorry that I have to stream at terrible times for people that not in the southern hemisphere, basically, or basically anyone in the western hemisphere. It sucks to stream. Okay, so current block, let block, get block. Okay. If block is air, continue. Okay, let's do like a Z map or something. I don't know. I don't know how to get the dog to shut up. He's just gonna keep barking. Okay, so what I want to do is do like a form of what they call greedy meshing. The idea being that instead of each square getting its own rectangle, what I do is so y is the x. You pick a square and you pick an edge and you go, hey, does this edge need one? If not, continue. Right. I need to let the dog back in so he stops barking, but I just hope he doesn't attack my birds. It's a little shit, that one. Alright, so check the block. Okay, so this for in direction iter. Okay. So if let maybe I should use while loops. So equals self dot get block current dot get direction. If it's air, okay. If it's so if does not equal block type air, continue. Okay, so check each direction, only generate the mesh face if something's in that direction. Okay. Okay, so okay. Let block equal xy x2 x plus 1. Doesn't equal air, no, equals air, and equals x2 else break. Okay. Okay, so X is probably the wrong direction, but still. So what I should do is go the genmesh stuff. How do you do it? Okay. We need to like do that. We need to if direction does not equal direction forward. Do that. Block. Wait, how do I calculate the block? Block, okay. That block equal block.genmesh. Probably move that in there, that would make it slightly faster. Anyway. They say block it's not genmesh, it's block mesh. No, how do I generate the block face? Block ID, no, block type, block face. So you just get the direction and then block into iter. This is, wait, so these are the UVs, okay. And then so this would be a pos and let ind equal block type. Where's these values? Where do they come from? Have I just indices? Oh. Block mesh. It's literally just this. Indices equal. Okay, and so you would want to be like that, that, that. Okay, so indices extend, because what does this function want? This function wants a qualify shape from trunk face. You want a point, which and you want a U32 by 3. Yeah. So we extend you with you. Okay. So extend in dot map val new val you run this, do that. So then it becomes something like val 0 plus equals pos.len. No, not pos, vertex dot len as U32. Okay. Then you go and you go 1, 2, and then you say val. Indices. Alright, so we do that, we extend you. Okay, and then we say we don't need either colors or the UVs because it's a collision map. And then it's not black, it's pos.int. So it's pos.map. Okay, dot into iter dot map, and then it's pos0. Well, what do you actually expect? A vector of point, and a point is a point 3n. Point 3n is point t3, and point t3 dies over point. Yes, hello, please tell me that that works. Okay, can't find positions. Vertices. Okay, so if dimension forward you is not forward, do old style stuff. Except we should probably put that there. If it's not air, return, otherwise insert the mesh with old stuff and then continue. Okay, so that continues. Otherwise, we say start, end, calculate the start, calculate the end. Block face. So we are calculating the forward face only. Okay, so when you get to here, you want to say, well, the exact same thing, which means that we probably want to move this up here, because it becomes that whole like compiler can optimize this because it's not part of this if condition. So if it would be faster. So I'm just going to declare this console up here. Can I do that? Yep. Okay, cool. So this is half length, negative half length, negative half length. Okay, so it's 0 and 1. Is it negative half length that's... No, it's the... We're checking along the x-axis, so it's the x value. So this needs to be probably these two need to be start as f32 plus that, and these ones are end as f32 plus that, and then it becomes what is it, vertexes.extend. That okay, so then this can go just ignore the splashy noises of my drink being finished. Okay, so we check start and we check end and we go if direction does not equal forward. Okay. Check to the left. So if it's not forward, and then we say if direction, if self dot get block current dot get direction. So it's got to be left because the block on the left. If self get block, equals block type air, continue, and I'm going to say doesn't equal. So what I'm trying to do here is basically, if we're working on the forward face, because I'm only going to implement it for one face at a time because it's a little bit complicated and therefore will be hard to debug if all the directions are wrong. So anything but the forward face just does the old approach. The forward face will check every block to its left. Which is what it does here. Every block, I guess, to its right. So every block to its right, it will check. And if that block's not air, it'll increment this so that it basically draws an entire triangle across all solid blocks as two triangles, as opposed to needing a triangle per block. And then if really we should do it from the top, but anyway, if the block to its left isn't solid, but yeah, if its block to its left is solid, then that block is responsible for taking care of it. So just continue, don't bother inserting the mesh. Then we just go through and we go, your start is where you are, and your end is yeah, that's the issue. I would assume it's, I probably want something like start and like this, because I'm assuming it's like top left, top right, bottom left. So anyway, so that's why it's the two negative ones. So it's like start and the negative offset. Okay, so from your start position, you will draw a line all the way to the end, and this should reduce the number of triangles, because on all flat faces a triangle will be drawn. And then we want to come down here, and we go right to the bottom. Okay, so this needs vertexes, and this needs indexes. And then we go into, okay, neither of those are mutable. Type annotation needed. Well, vertexes dot extend into iter map dot into. What do you mean type annotation needed? Okay. Oh, something went wrong. Okay. I want all of this copy, and I want to go down here and go just. Oh no, I need to go block face up direction. Okay, so let how does it, so it knows it as an op. Arc shape. Okay. Shared shape. Okay, so new pos equal. So you take in found vector of unknown. New pos dot into. Okay, can I? No, how do I do it? It's like double click here. There we go. Now you shouldn't need a type annotation. Okay. Okay. What do you mean type annotation needed? F32 3. Okay. The trait bump outside the trait extend is not implemented. Right. Yeah. It's because it's this. Oh, wait, no. We need to do that, and then we need to go new pos. Okay. And you're doing the same thing, saying a type annotation is needed. Okay. Why is this block never used? Because it should be not, this should be block. Wait. No, it should just be block. Okay. Okay, as we slowly fall down, we're going to go in here and we're going to go like camera. I've missed it by miles. Collider. No, read your body. Fixed. Transform 0. Okay, let's see if we can find it. There should be an edge that isn't made of. Oh, wait, no, it helps if you actually call the code. So that's down here, and we go add collider. So you don't need this anymore. Instead, we're going to say this is a chunk. Alright, and then we're going to say okay, if it doesn't contain it, collider, if collider, mesh. Okay, and then we're going to say collider equals chunk dot gen chunk.gen. Oh, it's because it's called handle. Chunk. Chunk.gen collider. Okay. Then we're going to go here. And we're going to go... it should work. Oh, and it immediately crashed. Why did it immediately crash? Index out of bounds. The len is, but the index is... Is this inside? Yeah, parry. Okay, so inside rapier. It didn't like that the indexes are wrong. Chunk. So why are the indexes wrong? Okay, fine. Okay, so we index this extend, and you will then insert exactly 4 each time. Yeah, each of these extends exactly 4. Wait, do you extend it? Oh, no, you don't, do you? No, you do. There's exactly 4 vertices each time. Okay. Have I done the same mistake? It's vertexes dot then. So I must be able. No, because I'm only able. Right. Yeah. No, I do need to only do that here, and only if I'm actually going to add vertexes. Okay. Hopefully this works. Nope, it crashed again. Why did it crash? A triangle must contain at least one triangle. Right. Okay. So that's our same bug we had before, where we need to go if what is it called? Vertexes dot is empty. Return collider ball. Can I just give it a radius of 0? I think that's going to panic, isn't it? Like, you've almost certainly got to check, no? Ball radius into... Who knows? I just want it to be like, if I don't spawn a chunk, don't generate a collider. The other option is just to return an option and then just not give colliders to chunks that don't have them. So oh yeah, help. Rigid body fixed. Transform 0. All right. So as you can see, 1 block, 1 block, 2 blocks, 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 3 blocks. Now, their offset's wrong, and by like a cascading amount. The other thing is that they're poking through here as well, because it's like anything that has a face sticking out. So all the way down here, like these ones do it as well. Or they should. That's interesting. I guess it must be this side. So anything that you can see this edge of could stick all the way through. So now you guys got to work out, why is your X wrong? So you're off by 1, you're off by 2, you're off by 3. So as Y goes up, your X becomes wrong. But the value is correct, which is what's the most bizarre thing to me. And what's even more bizarre is that the rectangle's obviously correct. The start is moving off. The start is always... Start's always just equal to X. So, I mean, surely you're just 1, 1 then. Which one's 1, 1? Or 0, 0, 0? One of these cubes is not like the others. It's that one over there, down there. You. Okay. Let's turn off everything. Go visibility hidden. Oh, right, so we're just going to turn this back on. You. Which one have I selected? That one. So you being directly... Well, that's interesting. So that means this corner is... I guess you just... Maybe it should just be... negative. Okay, let's try that. And see if that moves the start to the correct location. And then the end would... I bet it is, because it's like offset by the chunk of it. Correct angle. Okay, if the start's in the right place, then it's just that they're offsetting wrong. I've done it again. I should really just stop this thing from having a rigid body. Okay. Are they starting? They are starting the right location, which means now they're just ending at like a cascading further and further location, which means that... Wait, but do you end at the right spot? Well, no, because you should be multiple, right? Like, as I click you. No, you're all one chunk. Which means it's just as the Y goes up, why is your X increases? So it's obviously how I'm calculating end. How am I calculating end? End is just equal to end. And end is just X plus I. So it's X plus 1. So that's my thing, is you are X and then X plus 1. X, Y, Z. So I don't quite understand why you're continuing on. So no matter what, it ends up being one too far. So that'll fix it by a little bit. At least, like, they should shift it all over one at least, right? No. Something to do with as the X increases. As the Z increases. Get block. Yep, that all still works. So I don't understand. So it starts correct, end. Is it that there's just lots of them, and that because I'm making them all the same? It could also just be that they all have the same fixed length. Like they're all being exactly. Yeah, so it's that they're all being exactly 16 long. So something about the code that determines when to end. Okay, so end equals X. Okay. So if I take this code out entirely, and then you say end, not cap, like end as f32. Okay, and end as f32 plus. Okay, so this means don't calculate an updated X. It just starts and ends at the same point. Okay. So oh, wait, plus X plus Y plus Z. So okay, first of all, I want to like maybe I debug. So since I'm then offsetting it by XYZ, that's why start's in the correct location. So we don't need to know the start. So maybe we should call it len, and then if block does not equal len plus equals 1. Len. Len. And len should equal 1? No, 0. Because, you know, 0 plus a half. And that means that for every block that you traverse that's not Okay. Well, it's one too far at the moment, but it seems to be working. Okay, so one too far. What? Because it's okay, x+1, because it needs to check the next block over, not yourself, because you'll otherwise always find 1. Okay. So we just want to go here, go hey, no, rigid body, dynamic, fixed. Now we won't fall. And that gives us at least a very small amount of greedy meshing. The issue is that it means that like blocks in here will also draw all the way across, but assuming that it's more about the number of vertexes than the number of triangles / vertexes, then it is about the actual positioning of them, like, because I would assume that it would turn this all into one big broad face, means that just even though this triangle goes all the way through, it would have just been this triangle anyway. These two have just been stretched, which means that it's no more computationally intense than just having that square, and therefore, you know, chopping it up like that shouldn't have any wasted performance. There's no need to stop these ones from cutting all the way through. So that does mean that what I need to do is generalize this code ever so slightly. So when I generate this, okay. So maybe if I go into block and go, we should go block face. And then go something like block face underscore strip with len. Alright, and that's going to be a len, which is an F32. And then on all of these, we're going to say len plus. Len plus. Len plus. Oop, undo. Len plus. Len plus. Len plus. It's going to tell me that I can't do arithmetic like that inside a right, so it's probably that this. Okay, wait, if I put you inside, okay, no, that's how it's supposed to be, thank you. Okay, okay, so you're just going to return by 4. Thank you. Each of these needs to be not a reference. This code needs so much tidying up. Okay, so we now have block face with len, so we can go back here and we can go okay, we need to go block type block face with len direction is direction, and len is len as f32. Okay, so that will now do that properly. Okay, so it's not specifically x is the problem. That's okay, so chunk ID. Okay. So it's not x. Well, it is x. It's x, but only for that specific direction. Okay, so we should go chunk ID. Per, which is going to be like self and direction, and we'll return a chunk ID, which is just going to be match self no code, what do you mean? Oh no, match direction. Okay, so what do we want? We want to go, these are just going to call, wait, no, you'd implement that direction. You would say direction here. You go, where do we import direction? Do I import direction anywhere? Okay, we're going to be like import direction. Import direction. So we want to fn perp, which is going to take in a self and return a self match self. Okay, so if front returns direction left, is that what I do? I checked the left, right? So we got anything but forward. No, I don't care. Okay. If left is air, so that's not perp, that's reverse perp. So you must be right then. Yeah, okay. So if front's right, then you would be left. Up would be, so this is the top, which means that, okay. Looking at the right side, we would want front. Is it forward? The right hand side. I don't think it particularly matters. So if that would be direction back, and then you would be direction. So looking from the top. top would want direction. No, you'd want direction back. You would want direction forward. You would want direction because it doesn't really matter. It's just that, like, because it's just the plane that it runs along. So you run along the x plane, which is left and right. Left and right would run along the z plane, which is forwards and backwards. And up and down would run along the... No, you would run along the y plane. Or I guess you could both run on the x plane. Yeah, kind of want you to be like... You'd probably be down. Not direct, not reference to down. And then you'd be up. Okay. Forward runs to the right. Right side runs up. Left side runs down. Okay. And then we also want fn rev, which is just going to take in self match self, and then go up returns direction down returns up, left returns right returns left, direction forward returns back, and direction back returns forward. Okay. So we go back to here and we go, okay. So everything but, yeah, okay. So here we want to go if direction current dot get direction dot reverse. Wait, no. We want to say let plane equal direction dot perp. So that'll give us the perpendicular direction, the direction that we will run the plane along. Okay. Then we want to go plane dot reverse. So get the back block, skip it otherwise. You increment the indexes. If it's not skipped, the len equals 0. We check this. So, okay. I guess we go for, so we say while okay. Let next equal next. Okay. Does get block? No. Sorry. Okay. So let next equal chunk. No, equals current dot plane dot get plane. Okay, so this for forward should result in that. Okay, so while self dot get block next does not equal block air, block type air len plus equals 1. Eventually, continuing and so then you say next equals next dot get plain. So what do we do? So we work out what your perpendicular direction is. So for forward, this should return right. We then say, hey, if the reverse of that is air, as in if the previous block was air, it's covered you. If the previous block doesn't equal air, it would have covered you if it existed. Like, no. So you can't possibly, or you don't possibly need it. Okay, then we extend the indices. We then say len next, and then we go, okay, then block to your right. Okay, the block in your plane, the next block, get it. If it's not air, extend the length by 1, because that means that the next block is something solid. And then say that the next block is the block after that one. Then we can get rid of all of this, because eventually that'll leave the chunk. And then we say you get the direction with len, and that should offset the mesh correctly for the length. And then what we do is we go, hey, can I run this? But it's only applying to the face front now. So all the other faces should be completely unaffected. Yep. And the idea is if this works, camera, fly cam, no, rigid body, fixed. I don't know what that flashing line is. Okay, the idea is if this works, which it has, it means that the code is working with a generic value, which means that if I get rid of this, which is basically the if you're not forward, which means ignore everything but the forward plane, it should not work. And worst case scenario, there are 2 or 4 values that I can swap that will, like, if it doesn't work. If this doesn't work, there are only like 4 values that can be broken because excuse me, why am I falling so goddamn fast? Rigid body, fixed, transform, 0. Okay. So I do ask, what is happening here? Oh, right. Because each of you is a different plane. So when I say with len, I'm like half cubing you in the wrong directions. But that's a block thing. So on the front, your half length's here. And I guess on the back, it's here. And then on the left, it would be in the Z direction. And on the right, it would be counter to the left. So also in the Z, but so these 2. And then in the up, it's going to be on the Y. And then you're going to be in the other direction. Like that. Okay. So does that work? I'm expecting them to be nice rectangles. They may be sticking in the wrong direction, but again, that just means flip what I consider perpendicular. Like, is perpendicular to forward right or is it left? You know. quick, get in here, go camera, rigid body, fixed before we fall too far. Okay, see, so these are just going in the wrong ass direction, and they're going in the wrong ass direction. So to fix that, all I need to do is flip left, right, up and down. Which goes here, you go perpendicular. You are the other way. It's, you are up, you are down. And you are back, and you are forward. So interestingly, the back gives you left, and left gives you up. Left. I feel like they should all, you know, perpendicular, being that like they should all point around the block. And then I think once I get this running, I'm going to call the stream for today, because this is just getting a bit complicated again. Whoa. Come on, come on. Ooh. Okay, it's still not quite working. Transform 0. Okay. So some of these are still going in the wrong direction. You're just completely scaling the wrong way. Okay. Which ones are those ones? I've obviously messed something up. So what direction are you supposed to be going? I don't know what face they are. I think they're the back face. So back is for some reason going in the X direction. So let me say block. Back. No, because we've been doing front, so that's not back. That's the front. That's just interesting. So front makes them the right faces. So right's in the wrong axis. Right is going along the Z. So apparently right should be going up and down. Which means left should also be going up and down. But up means that, I mean, it kind of makes sense that the up face would be moving along the Z axis. Okay. Man, let's go fucking back to the camera and go, hey, can you like not have a rigid body? Thank you. I finally decided to change it instead of just constantly catching it in the editor. Okay. So you're definitely going the wrong way, and you're getting narrower. It's weird. Oh wait, because it's not as simple as those two. It's okay, we need to go back to block. So when it comes down to it, the forward, these are the left side blocks. So this is top left. So these are the, okay, no, yeah, these are left. So this is top right, and this is top left. Wait, right's still correct. Yeah, I'm gonna say it is because, you know, I copy pasted code, so it kind of got too skew with. So if not you block. Okay. So if these are the left sides, then I don't know if the back's correct, but these are the right sides. So if back's going in the other direction, then you want to extend the right sides, which means that these are the left sides. These must be the top sides. So I guess left would want to move the top sides up and down, and you'd want to move the bottom sides up and down. Top right, top left, counterclockwise, yeah. Bottom left, bottom right. So positive, negative. Okay. Anyway, so you would affect those two. You would affect those two, and then so top face. So if these are the top, and these are the right. Yeah. These are the top. These are the right. Means that it's probably going to be these two. Because these two are the left. Wow. Half neg, half neg. Okay, so probably don't want to attach this to half negative. Anyway, so you'd be the other ones. So they're all half negative. I don't know. I give up. Thank you for joining the stream today. I'm going to go discipline the dog because I hear him attacking my birds again. So I will see you in the next stream. Thank you for watching, and I will see you then.